Resources for freedom's expansion.
Mission coordinates locked. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Pod launch initiated.
Whatever you find down in that flag-forsaken murk, exterminate it.
Deploying support weapon. Sending down sentry. Objective nearby.
Something!
Deploying sentry. Helldiver lost and sending replacement. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Point me to the enemy.
Helldiver KIA. Deploying
out.
replacement.
These are not the enemy types that I want to see. Where do they begin? Extreme?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Missing something.
Launch initiated.
Stake Super Earth's claim, Helldiver. Make the Ministry of Expansion proud.
Deploying minefield. Liberty dispensed. Sending down equipment package.
Mark. Have you fought a Hive Lord yet? Yes, I have. Several. In fact, for the extensive and inclusive mind, it's already been uploaded to the other account.
The counter for
Here we go. Enjoy. Do. Okay.
a failed operation. We will.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Loyalist. fire, plasma, grenade explosive, flamer class sterilizer, ranged explosive tool.
Launch initiated.
The Terminids think they're safe on this hive world.
good. for. I love when people don't read. Hello, my Vegas. What time is it? I don't know what time it is where you are, but it's currently 10:16. I woke up with an intention on figuring out and demystifying some concepts inside of Helldivers 2, and that is what I'm currently doing. I don't know if I'm going to be doing the admin later. I think I will be. A lot of things have happened within the last 5 hours, and I'm trying to make sure I'm on top of everything. It's literally, oh my god, this person is so fucking stupid. We got so bored with this game because they destroyed the power fantasy. Being able to constantly in every match struggle mode session is so sweaty and the devs suck for making the whole game. I'm going to give you an opinion that you're not going to like, No Pants Baby. You got filtered. You got filtered. We are super soldier expendables that are being deployed as a active rationing Hockencrew's defense force. We specifically are blitzkrieg soldiers that work and serve and are contractually bound to a government, a controlled plutocracy that lies to you for profit in a video game that is an action movie disguised as an action game, disguised as a first-person tactical shooter. A first-person extraction tactical shooter. As the broadcast is clearly saying in the background, as we discovered a new liquid inside the terminated hive planets that now get extracted and can be used to make dark fuel. Thanks, Kelly. So, to continue my point, when you say they destroyed the power fantasy, do you not remember Malevelon Creek? And how the game was fundamentally broken in such a way where our weapons were intentionally underpowered by Greg? Because Greg had a design philosophy that the Helldivers should be permanently weak. There were too many enemies, there was not enough time, there was not enough potential, cooldowns were too long, we were punished by too many stratagems, we were punished by too many stratagem modifiers, we were punished by too many world modifiers, we were punished by planetary modifiers, we were effectively punished outright, all the time, period. That is the state of the game that you're talking about. The current state of the game as it exists right now is not that. So the next question I have is, what was the last time you played the game? Give me a date. No, the devs don't think that. There are certain developers that think that because they find it funny to have jingoism in the game. Because they designed it after Heinlein's design of Starship Troopers, which was designed after Paul Verhoeven's idea of Starship Troopers, as most people refer to it as. Which basically means they didn't actually read or understand Starship Troopers. But that's a separate discussion. So you say you stopped playing right before the Blue Aliens, which would be the Squith, which would be the Illuminate, which means the Battle of Super-Earth, right? You haven't logged in since the Battle of Super-Earth. Day 1 to Blue Aliens coming was when I played. So, you played past buff divers, where weapons were buffed. You've played past updates that have specifically buffed, increased, and effectively created more value by value of having given more potential to fire damage, more potential to gas damage, more potential to gas's confusion strength, more potential to the majority of weapons, more potential to the way that you can be able to even play the game just to farm super credits should you wish to not pay money in the game. Upgrades to DSS, thus allowing you to have access to exosuits and having access to faster exosuit timers. Enemies that have reductions in armor. Certain enemies based at anti-tank now moving to heavy. Enemies that were at heavy moving to medium. Enemy health being reduced overall. Enemy armor being reduced overall. And the inclusion of planetary modifiers that have either been reworked, retuned, disabled, or simply changed out with something else that is new and different. Granted, in some cases, new and different means blizzard is the exact same as a sandstorm, but an acid rain is not the same as a fire tornado. And the absolute destructive capacity that was trying to escape meteors is actually well balanced. So the game is not the same from what you're describing. And as far as the maximum capacity of, quote, constantly every match in maximum struggle mode is so sweaty, and the devs suck for making that the whole game, that only happens now past difficulty 7 by design. What difficulties were you playing at? So you were playing on the difficulty that was designed to be difficult as the maximum difficulty at that time. In a game state where the game was designed to be difficult by a person who had a bad design philosophy. Which is why Johan Pilesys, the original CEO, now the current CCO, designed the game better from Duff Divers. We're talking about two different game states. Have you logged in recently? As recently as the update of the Battle of Super Earth? Or even recently now with Into the Unjust? I'm waiting. Because I don't know what no taking a step back means. You got bored. You stated a reason for stopping. Not that the current game is that. Okay. So it's relevant to bring up what the game is now, because where you stopped is not the current environment. You got bored, so you left. And you haven't returned since. You then gave your opinion. I then gave my opinion with reasoning that you can go fact check yourself. This game, that game. So the point that I'm trying to express here is still you got filtered. You can always come back and try it again and see if you still have the same boredom. At which point, be blessed, beloved. I can't tell you to play a game that you dislike. It's completely up to you. One second. This guy's just completely yapping. Oh my lord. He doesn't have any arguments. That's so crazy. Anyways. I can give you a comparative example to what I'm framing here. At the same time I'm having this discussion, I'm also looking at something inside a game chat. There's a person here who's making arguments about the game, despite not knowing how to actually use the tools. They're trying to shoot down other people's arguments, and when they ask questions about how the tool is supposed to be given use cases, directly as a response to what they ask for. I give them those breakdowns. I show them the stats, and I give them the arguments as to why. And they're not even reading what I'm saying to them. For people like this, those are Doom posters that get filtered. Ultimately, getting filtered itself literally just means you get filtered out because what you want the game to do for you, it is not doing anymore. 1 second. The game is going to keep throwing me off if I don't mentally have the ability to keep track of my own argument. Oblique! A little quieter. There we go. So, when a person says that a person gets filtered, what they're supposed to be saying is something that's highly aggressive. Ha ha, you got filtered. You can't enjoy things without getting exactly what you want. That's what most people mean. In this context, if you get filtered out, you basically have chewed out all the flavor of the game. And thus, you're bored because the game is not giving you that same itch, that same hit that you get, comparative to smoking nicotine cigarettes. And you keep needing more and more and more and more and more to get the exact same satisfaction until you no longer get the emotions at all. From the last game state, as well as all the other dramas happening at the same time, there were multiple things that caused people to get burnt out on that. And at that point, my advice to every person is literally play a different game then. If the game isn't entertaining you, if the game is not fun, if you find it to be a struggle, if you're not enjoying the game sessions that you're having, play a different game. And then return to the game after a break. Since it's a different game state that we're describing entirely, the only thing that I could suggest is that you try the new game state. From there, that dictates everything else. Because it's the framework, it's the basis upon which you set it on, right? If the game is not capable of providing you the thrill based on what you would like it to do for you and what it's offering to you, then it's automatically breaking the contractual agreement that you're making with the game. You hand Helldivers devs your money, and then you give your ability to interact and engage with it. And if they don't give you back the enjoyment you want, you can literally take your toys and leave the playground. Our game was an experiment to see if we could brainwash players in supporting fashion. The devs were not in a joke, they are Swedish leftists. Well, I don't know what to tell you in that situation. I've had conversations with the moderators that are the volunteers, with members of the staff that have given us their opinions about what they think of jingoism, some being very much tongue-in-cheek, some being transformative, and what else. I can only tell you what I know from what they've said to us, but I would say that Johan shouldn't be speaking for the entire company as a whole, the same way that I wouldn't say that Carol Baskin is speaking for the entire company as a whole with her opinions, because I know that she is in fact leftist. I think Johan's probably a Swedish leftist as well, but it's evolved past the point where I think that statement is completely contradictory about how they believe about the game. So basically, if you want to think of it that way, which I concede to you, that's your opinion and your choice, you can think of them as people who literally don't understand Starship Troopers and got it wrong at that point. Besides that, their political opinion has nothing to do with the game state of what they've designed. Whether or not Johans believes that they can support players into supporting fascism has nothing to do with the fact that a G4 gas grenade does 25 damage in a DPS circle within 3.5 meters. You get what I'm saying? I care infinitely more about the stuff in the game than the political opinions of the people who make it. Although I do understand that the political opinions and the aspersions of the people who make the game could then also still be a track point that then leads you to not interact with the gameplay. So that's one thing too. Hi, Marcus. I'm currently testing shit. If that's the case for Johans, then that's really funny. But I can't do anything about the fact that the CCO has bad opinions about a piece of media that he literally didn't understand. Because Paul Verhoeven literally didn't understand it. Because he skimmed it and didn't actually absorb the material. Many such cases. Many such cases. It's very annoying when it comes down to it that that's how many people like to skim material in the first place, but I am but one Carl. I have not yet achieved true godhood status. The vessel of this Cajun has not achieved its final form. Regardless, the whole scope of the conversation notwithstanding, you're always welcome to come back to the video game, and I will lead you through it myself. However, that is what it is. Also, Marcus is here now. Kappa. Pause this now. Where are you? You're not inside my Discord. Give me 1 second.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
One second, chat. I need to make a quick recording. 1, 2, 3. Why do you guys say hive worlds? There's literally only one planet. Bro can't count. Okay. Hello, Marcus. What can I do for you? Hello, Marcus. What can I do for you?
Well, I was gonna say Discord comms, but this works too.
You've caught me in a
Your fellow
position where I'm
Helldivers
currently
will be
testing
the enemies of tyranny.
theories about the rupture strain in game, because there's mysticism and also straight up bullshit lies posted on the Helldivers wiki, and I need to correct them and also be sure about them.
earbuds on!
Pray tell.
You're in public!
Thank you for the discussion, the offer. Hope the match is fun. I'll be seeing if I get back to on the gameplay. That's what it's all about. So, one of the things about the Gloom is that it has brought 5 new enemies. Specifically, 3 of them are the Ruptures.
Yes.
One of them is the Dragon Roach. The other one is the Hive Lord.
Yes.
The Ruptures have the special ability of being able to tunnel. And that tunneling makes them immune to all ballistic effects and all stream effects that would normally affect an enemy unit if it had a physical body to be attacked. It is effectively a moving circle on the floor, and when that moving circle gets close to you, it starts behaving like a wall master, or rather a floor master, which is to say they get out of the floor and they start attacking you, first by trying to hemorrhage and hamstring your leg. To counter this, you have to force them out of the ground using an explosive effect. And the explosive effect originally was supposed to be believed as only typed explosives coming from a grenade or a supply weapon. But that is not the case. It is anything that is typed as an explosive trait.
You are right on the money.
Anything that is typed as an explosive trait that carries the status effect of what it's paired with is what creates the anti-dig effect. So the spear gun that can shoot a ballistic that then explodes with 30 demolition force and then releases a G4 gas cloud of status strength 50 in the area of 2.5 spreading from the point of contact as a bubble outwards is enough to spread over the entire frame of a tunnel door
You're here.
inside of the cavern
The
system.
galaxy awaits your salvation.
On the field, it's more about a bubble that's about 2.5 to 3 meters wide. The explosive pulls them out of the ground, and because they're out of the ground, they can then take the gas effect, or an incendiary impact. The explosive force of the incendiary impact causes the explosion that then allows them to take fire damage because of the explosion having incendiary damage built into the kit, alongside the fact that the floor is now covered with a napalm fire zone that is doing 100 damage a second. Or the newest expendable napalm, which has a similar explosion effect because it's an airburst rocket that's filled with napalm that's carrying fire heavy, which is to say napalm fire, which is 200 damage a second. There are people that believe that they take damage from fire and gas if it's streamed at them using a weapon like a flamer, a crisper, a flamethrower, or the sterilizer,
The
but they
galaxy
don't.
awaits your salvation.
I just did 2 test runs showing that they do not take that type damage. I also demonstrated that the sterilizer is a lot stronger than people think, but that's an entirely separate use case that I need to test. The point is, it doesn't work unless it's explosive traded. But that means, because it's an explosive trade, it means that plasma is a direct counter.
Yes. Meaning that the Purifier and Scorcher and Punisher
Loyalist.
Plasma
And
are
Loyalist.
all viable.
Yes. So,
But there's a caveat to it. Because you're fighting the bugs, plasma is a double-edged sword.
yes. So far, I was originally only interacting with them using the Epoch, which in and of itself is already a dual-edged sword to begin with. But
Yes.
in terms of the fact that it has to be explosive,
The hour of
the
our
safest
next victory
weapons,
rapidly
air quote
approaches.
safest weapons,
Let us cleanse the
is
galaxy
to
of
use
alien
something that
spit.
has explosive charge up, which is the Purifier and the Loyalist. Between those 2 weapons, the sidearm can be whatever you want them to be, and then you can make use of any equipment that is typed with gas to then give yourself the breathing room to then deal with enemies. And then the only thing left is your anti-tank answer. So I was going through the weapons, and I was looking at those use cases, and then getting recording footage so that when I then talk about it inside the Discord, I literally have the information on hand to say, that's not true, here's footage and testing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it can work. The only thing that I have the few things that I've tested thus far is that I've tested people's claims about the napalm being able to consistently take down the dragon. That's not true. You have to hit it specifically in a very specific part of it. You have to hit center mass, but close to the wings. Basically where the wings connect.
Yeah, because it's an airburst rocket. It's
Yeah,
only medium
it's an
penetration.
it's an airburst rocket, which I haven't used airburst rocket yet. Believe it or not, I haven't used that yet. Even though airburst rocket would be technically ideal against this type of enemy.
Logically, the way that it goes is that an airburst rocket has 2 programmable modes. One is flak, the other one is the direct shot. When you shoot the rocket in its direct shot, and your target is something like a Hulk, but in this case it would be a Rupture Charger, the explosion deals the medium damage. Then the bomblets around it do the explosive damage to everything that is inside the area of effect. So ideally, if you're shooting at a Hulk that is surrounded by a pack patrol, the Hulk is going to take damage directly to the eye.
The galactic
And
war waits
ideally,
for no one.
because that's
Are you
light,
ready, Helldiver?
it should die, should it get hit there. However, it's a teeny tiny hole, and sometimes glancing rules come into effect, which it then disables the weapon from actually doing its maximum penetration, because the angle of assault dictates the final penetration value. So why most explosions have a specific type of value when they are hit from at least a heavy glancing angle. And they consider heavy glancing angles to be 45 degrees and longer. Anything higher than an extreme angle automatically is -1 penetration. But you throw the spear at their face, the rocket connects, and then the bomblets detonate around it, thus destroying the heat sink on the back. Then it falls over and explodes. The napalm's idea is that you attach napalm fire to that. So a standing target surrounded by enemies gets hit, ideally from high ground,
Helldiver.
to
The
detonate
Super
the
Destroyer
object
is ready
at
for
a
your next
35
mission.
to 45 degree angle towards the face of the charger. The charger, should it be in submerge, would be hit by the explosion, which then forces it to then emerge in a field of napalm fire, being dealt 200 damage a second for 5 to 6 seconds. Because napalm fire burns hotter for 100 more damage and for 1 second longer than basic napalm, or basic non-stacked napalm. Because fire heavy is not the same fire as fire, because there's only 3 things that deliver it. Napalm strike from Eagle 1, napalm barrage from the orbital, and now this new expendable. They're calling it the NEAT, but the ENT is right there. Expendable napalm. Because they keep acting like it's anti-tank, but it's not anti-tank. Regardless, the NEAT hits, the NEAT explodes. Everything else around it, more than likely basic standard chaff units, were killed by the explosion or were killed by the fact they're standing in napalm. The heavy target is possibly heavily damaged and
The hour
possibly
of our
inconstitutionally
next
out,
victory rapidly approaches.
but not dead.
Let us cleanse the galaxy of aliens.
Because they want to use that on the Dragon Roach. I tried testing it myself, but I just couldn't get it to work because I kept getting aim punched. Because the majority of the Dragon Roach's damage is fire. Actually, all of it's fire. You would think that it's acid because it's colored green. It's not. Because if it was acid, we would be getting slowed at the same time. And we're not getting slowed. We're just getting burnt to death. And there's also a problem and a bug with its particular damage pool, where it becomes an infinite pool of damage on the ground, and is also invisible in certain places when it breathes its fire, because it's a hit scan. Regardless of that, the Dragon Roach's actual viability, it needs to be behaved and treated like a Bile Titan, because it's a flying Bile Titan. So anything that doesn't hit it in the face, it needs to have the ability to do damage to the rest of its parts, to make it take more explosive damage in more parts, so that it can then die faster. Which I think is the logic they have behind saying that it can be used as a one-shot. But it honestly isn't. I would actually better rely on using a orc than using a napalm. But then you still have the problem of the cooldown. So, like, I guess, accept that you might have to use a spear, and or accept that you might have to just get good with the epoch. Those are the two choices. The epoch can easily cover the job as long as it's being supported by a turret, preferably a rocket sentry. In fact, I demonstrated with somebody a while ago on a very short stream, I think 2 days ago, or one night ago, where they asked me for help. And I showed them through that mission with the use of a rocket sentry and an epoch, you can take down Dragon Roaches like it's nothing. We killed in excess of 15 of them over that mission. Most people would want to say take the recoilless. I honestly wouldn't say that, because if you're going to take something on the planet, you kind of have to be prepared to crack the shell of a Hive Lord. And dumbfire is nice, but I prefer being able to lock onto that target and making sure that I can still hit it even if it's flying around. Certainly I trust my flick, but I would just rather be safe than sorry with the spear. Regardless, those are the options when dealing with that. I'm not sure what you want to add there.
Our next victory rapidly approaches. Let us cleanse
There's
the
not much to
galaxy
say.
of alien
Most of my
spores.
research has been ultimately the same as yours. The one thing that I have been using unanimously, as this has been kind of just something that has been helping me throughout my time in the tunnels, has been dog breath. Dog breath is consistently able to pump out a bunch of damage on top of making it a perfect CC to deal with tight corners, as well as it being able to make sure that you're not killing your teammates.
That is correct. The status, power, and the strength of the dog breath is the exact same as the sterilizer, and it actually has a higher DPS window on its gas stream for 48 damage a second when it's holding on an enemy. It stops doing it once the enemy is under confusion, but it's the exact same gas effect as the sterilizer on your back. I have been using the supply pack because I've been using the spear gun, but if a person really wanted to, they could take any one-handed tool and combine that with one of the plasma tools, and then probably combine that with one of the in-hand flamers, and then still have an off-hand tool for the supply pack to deal with their anti-tank problems, which more than likely could end up being the epoch. I always knew that the dog breath was good, but the problem is that people were too married to other backpack slots that they wouldn't put them down and pick up something else. That hasn't really changed, but in the caves, the dog breath is superior. It's just the concept of controlling the space, and also the fact that most of the time, especially if you're going in the caves actively, your secondary is probably an ultimatum. That's the long and short of it. Your secondary is probably an ultimatum, which means if you're going to take a charge up, it probably has to be the epoch on your supply weapon, so that you can then have a bullet weapon, because the coyote is probably one of the best weapons in this game. The coyote is one of the best weapons in this game, hand down.
I've heard a lot of debate about it too. Because a lot of people have been saying, well, this is now unequivocally the best weapon in the game. And most likely it's either A, going to be nerfed, which people don't really want. They want the other weapons to be better, which that is its own can of worms. But all they really need to do is probably make it a little bit less damage, and it would be fine. Or lower its capacity immensely.
It's already locked into having an extended mag at 45, so damaging and punishing its magazine size would put it in the same position as the Halo's rifle. Because the M5 is just not... It just doesn't. It doesn't give. Sure, the damage floor is equivalent to a Liberator, but the problem is the magazine size. 32 bullets is not enough.
No, because it's based off of the Halo 3. It's based off of Halo 3's assault rifle.
Yeah, 32 bullets is not enough. I tried using it. It's not enough. Because what is making the Coyote good is not the damage profile. It is the incendiary rounds.
Yes.
Because
it has the capability of doing percentile max health damage, which it makes it immensely better against anything that is strictly massive. So it's good against Watch Mobs, it's good against Bile Titans, it's good against practically anything. And even if you are facing against smaller enemies, you have the damage output enough to basically just say, oh, well, I get to just 2-tap them and I move on. That's it.
yes, that's what's giving it its possible ammo conservation. And when you're using that in tandem with gas, you're causing the enemy to take damage over time, which is going to kill them anyways. But then you are sniping them with 2 bullets that is immediately igniting smalls and will ignite mediums. The Ruptures, quite literally, are getting savaged by G4 gas and the Coyote together. It is that specific combination that is causing this problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Realistically, we shouldn't be punished for that, but if they had to, shave 5 damage off of it.
I would say 15, but yeah, that's me.
I mean, you could go 5 to 15. 5 is the least amount. 15 is the hardest amount. If you reduce the damage, and you put it in line with the other status effect weapon, I'd be happy. Because the pacifier is actually extremely powerful.
It is. But not many people use it because the damage is insanely weak. But it's done for the exact same purpose as if you made a stat. Basically, one of the coyote, it's a stat stick. It's a stat stick that has way too much going on for it.
The Helldivers battle for freedom. Let us decide where to
The
enter
fact that I took the time to level the pacifier is because it just simply is a workhorse when you do not want to be bothered and you do not want to have to deal with the problem of people trying to attack you while you are sample farming. That's the main reason. However, whenever this weapon gets applied anywhere, to anything that you can shoot in the face or in the head, one of the things that I noticed with the Terminates, you stop Brood Commanders from being able to death charge you, and Brood Warriors from being able to death charge you. So the normal standard procedure of shooting them in the face, and then you shoot them with the pacifier, they can't move. They're stunned. And they're not just stunned.
The main thing that I have noticed thus far is that I've been trying to figure out if there is any semblance of a countermeasure to their burrow tactics without using explosive. And what I've found thus far is that they can be circle strafed. However, that proves inconsistent because their attack behaviors or their attacks have a lunge effect, but that lunge effect is also highly inconsistent for some reason.
Yes.
Now that's just simply because Boolean logic is Boolean logic, and their animations, along with like their hitboxes, are a bit goofy right now. I'm not going to say that they're perfect, but they exist.
Yeah.
What is a true case of this is honestly higher elevation. They do suffer from that. If you clamber at like the last possible moment, you can actually just straight up beat them.
Yeah, I haven't been struggling against them, but I've been watching plenty of people complain about them, and then I've been watching plenty of people get themselves killed because they stay in one place for far too long.
Yeah, that is another thing, is that people want to do the quote test of this is my home, this is where we will fight.
Every system will soon exult in the glory of managed democracy.
Even without calculating for, or even, I'm going to put it on to fucking open microphone. I cannot be bothered. I can't be bothered holding down the button constantly while flicking between screens. Because of the fact that the Hive Lord is what's causing this problem, because I'm certain you've experienced this in your matches probably, but there are 3 factors that are happening. The first factor is we're on a sample hunt, and people are intentionally extracting without trying to find samples.
Yes.
2, because the Hive Lord is a high-value asset that gives 222 experience for having destroyed it, which then gets multiplied by the difficulty factor. This is probably one of the best ways to level up any weapon that you have in your kit that you'd like to get to a higher level, assuming you can make it work in your kit, to get access to your attachments. And 3, because of the existence of multiple dragon roaches being in effect at the same time, it means any ability to actually do your job to be safe and or counter said a mission objective is completely dependent if it's E711 harvesting, the driver not being retarded. If it's restarting the pumps, the divers actually having basic encampments or bombardments, assuming that they don't have nothing but blue and green, because this has completely changed the dynamic of how people approach the Terminates, period. Or if it is the caves, for even the main objective of destroying Terminates underground, or destroying the spore lung underground, being able to navigate the caves, and have tools that can open the chitin doors, either by disapparating them, disintegrating them, or blowing them up, to then get off the planet safely and not lose their samples in any of the death pits, especially if they were walking around in a mech, which it will destroy the coral bridges that cannot support the weight of those mechs.
Yeah. Which, I've seen so many people die to those.
I can obviously tell, because most of these missions, sometimes it's 80% planet, 20% caves, sometimes it's 80% caves, 20% planet, especially the nurseries. Or specifically hatcheries, not the nurseries. The nuke nurseries is something entirely different. That's an entirely different type of hell. They're clearly getting savaged by dragon roaches.
Galaxy awaits yourself.
That is the clear and obvious thing to me that's causing this problem. Because you're getting killed by dragon roaches that have an unfair breath attack, and they're more than likely not wearing defensive armor to counter the dragon breath.
Most of them are usually don't. I've from what I've seen thus far, I've seen a lot of them wearing just unanimously the ODST armor, which doesn't provide any defensive protections at all. It is stealth armor, which is weird considering that, like, I like the armor. Don't get me wrong. But the issue is that I know for a fact that that armor doesn't provide any protection at all, other than just the fact of, well, it looks cool, and I do enjoy drip more than anybody else, but I know better. I know better when to use that against them. That's why I'm wearing the Scorpion armor right now. Scorpion armor is pretty damn useful.
Like, I made this argument to this person inside of the Helldivers Discord who tried to say that all of the crossover war bonds have been dog shit trash, and I gave them all of the information to just simply say, no, get that sweet shit out of here. Because the ODST equipment is effectively a fucking newbie beginner's kit. Here's a toy that stops you from breaking your legs. Here's the ability to recognize these these minor POIs that are integral to your ability to supply yourself across the planet, and you can see them from farther away so you can interact with them sooner, rather than wandering around in a circle trying to desperately plot every single part of the planet with a fine-toothed spoon. And for fun, you can kind of be sneaky, but not really, because awareness completely counters the sneakiness of your kit, because most of you aren't killing your enemies entirely. Meanwhile, over at Killzone's walking in and out of gas, fire, acid, and electric attacks, but definitely not a Tesla tower. You will die to a Tesla tower. You'll die to a Tesla tower wearing Dust Devils. You're walking through fire, gas, and general acid effects, because their weapons were designed for shock drop troopers. You're supposed to be gassing your enemy and then shooting them in the fucking face. Most specifically, a best tactic meant to be used against the automatons. The weapons in the Halo outfit are best used in that way because they are silenced, which means if you shoot an enemy in the face and they're already inside a gas, which means they're being blinded and they can't see you, you should actually have the ability to make them stronger than they normally would be. Because I'm almost certain the majority of people refuse to use anything other than ballistics and fire. Ballistics, explosives, and fire. I have not seen people touch gas if it was not tied to the spear gun.
Yeah, people for some reason have this weird proclivity to basically be like, oh, it's the bugs, ballistics and fire all the time, except they don't diversify. That's the issue. That's the reason why every single time that I'm hearing everybody on the Helldivers
Managed
Reddit
democracy calls
bitch
for
and
aid.
moan like, why
Only you can
they're
answer
so hard to fight, they're so hard. And it's like the majority of the reasons why they're losing is quite literally due to the fact that they are going with the same loadout, the same thing that they think will work all the time, and they think that, oh, it's a silver bullet, it'll be fine. But that's not how this game works.
Yes.
The thing that makes this game work is that there is a diversification of different builds and different avenues of fighting. There may be one unequivocally strong build, but it's not going to be great all the time. That's why when we had the discussion before of seeing what works and what doesn't, and we kind of reached the same conclusion, is that we understood what to use. We understood that we were labbing. That's the key thing. That's the key point. They're not labbing.
Yours, Helldiver.
And when they don't lab, they complain.
Yes. And then they wait for one of these supposed Helldiver content creators to make the same slop content, giving them updates saying, hey guys, new crazy tactic. And it's extremely irritating because that information is coming from people like me.
And what's even worse about that, that I'll even mention, is that you have content creators like Odo, because I've seen his content every once in a while, where he's like, oh, well, why is this? And he's the number one complainer, but makes all the slot content I've ever seen. And he complains like, well, this stuff needs to be medium penetration. No, it doesn't. You just need to aim.
There's one content creator that they all dislike, and it's apparently because he steals and makes AI slop by the name of Thoradin. Thori.
Yep, I know Thoradin.
And I understand where they're coming from, but the majority of the people who are promoted is not propaganda divers or propaganda commanders. That entire section is only filled with those particular creators because they were the original creators that were invited to some type of summit event group that they were then given the permission to be inside of. So people are reposting their content and resharing most of their content because they're already being given that promotional bump inside of the official Discord. And I asked the moderators about that. It is supposed to be a program that they haven't opened up yet because Baskin is currently working on that program to then make it possible to then become a creator by applying for it.
Yeah.
It's what gave me the inspiration to make my guide. Because they literally are looking for us, the divers, to teach other players the game.
Yeah. There is one content creator that I'm completely okay with. However, he kind of makes similar content, I want to say, and that's Aravind. Aravind does pretty well. He's a VTuber. He's a Helldiver VTuber that constantly is making content and explains everything perfectly. But he is also one that is a little bit like he's gonna try and do similar things, but he does hit on the right points every single time.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I will say is that there definitely does need to be an explanation of like how stuff truly. But
I don't think the developers are comfortable with mandating you must do this gameplay. They seem to have taken the same position similar to the position taken by Grinding Gear Games. They will never tell people you should do exactly this, but they are comfortable with the idea of a player making a guide and adding the ability to say, but hey, look over here at what this guy's doing. Maybe you could copy this. And that's about right for Helldivers. Effectively, at this point of the game, ever since the Battle of Super Earth, the game has been a sandbox. Perhaps at
Yes.
some point
You
in the
must drive
past,
the
they
Terminator
could have
back
made the
to
argument about
Choose
in-game
an
metas
operation
being
and strike.
something that actually mattered and existed. But they are not.
You have a
They are not
strategic
anymore.
eye.
Mission coordinates locked.
They have, in fact, become
Hellpod
a sandbox. And they have become a sandbox
Thrusters.
designed to give us the ability to figure out how to get better at the game. If we don't get better at the game,
Orbit.
then we
Synchronized.
can't blame anybody but ourselves.
Yeah.
We're
Also, another thing that I've just noticed just now, because I heard somebody complain about this, is that somebody found out that, like, oh well, why does the solo silo count as a sentry by enemies mean that they'll actively seek it out to destroy it? It's like, that makes sense. They see, hey, thing poking out of ground, we know that thing does big boom. Let's go destroy it. Like, what? Yeah, that makes sense. And somebody's complaining that, oh, well, that's such a weird and unnecessary downside to it. It's like, no, it's not.
I think they wanted it to be immune and invisible to sight, which is bullshit.
Sounds like people just need to understand that enemies will react to you. Surprise, surprise.
I also looked into the effect of Desert Stormer. It is effectively a punishment of -10 resistances for a +20 throwing distance comparable to limb health. It's 5 to 25 additional meters of distance, with the highest gain being during a dolphin dive. Normal throw radius is about 45 meters from a standing position, sometimes 55 if you take a running start and angle it at a 35-degree angle. If you aim it at a 45-degree angle and take a running start, it goes as far as 75 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Where is my firefighter?
There we go. So there is, on top of that, but I swear, like, the update is fine. I just think that people don't understand.
There it is.
I just feel like people don't necessarily fully understand the outcome of, yeah, hey, stuff is going to get harder. Like, I can understand without a doubt the issues of the crashes and everything. That's understandable. Everything else, though,
Hellpod
not
launch
so much.
initiated.
I would like if they would actually have fair conversations. The thing that has been savaging me in my sessions hasn't even been the game. Although occasionally there is the audio bug that then makes it so that charges are silent again. But that's not what's causing me my problems. What's causing me problems is other players.
The uncontrolled spread of the Terminus ends today.
Specifically other players that refuse to actually play the game with their teams, and then when they get mad, they decide to tell their friends on other platforms to kill people. I've had that happen exactly 33 times within the last 30 days.
Requesting sentry. Reloading.
And it's annoying every time it fucking happens.
Calling down a sentry.
Yep.
Yes, I'm still here.
No, I don't. Oh, that's an L-bomb right there. gonna just go bomb it.
Enemy tactical
I feel like
asset
I was
within
somehow
range.
a little bit too far off. There's another one behind it.
I know. I'm gonna go bomb that too.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Again, you don't have to.
Last reload. Fire in the hole. Dog tunnel free.
Okay, or the. That's one thing that I really don't enjoy, is that they just constantly swarm without any
Objective
semblance
critical
of
strategy
stopping.
available.
But, that's whatever.
Calling in a hell bomb. Bag's empty.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Freedom never rests.
Dragon Rich on me.
Liberty save me.
I'm basically dead.
Two back.
Terminate hive structure
And it
destroyed.
rains, of course.
Southwest.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Out of ammo.
Terminate hive structure destroyed. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down a sentry.
Burn effects. I would like to get rid of the waist-high water. That's one thing I'd like
Yeah,
to get.
that's the one thing I don't like about this environment overall.
The problem we've always had with waist-high water is that it removes your ability to dive.
To the front.
Yep. Which makes it extremely annoying.
Requesting sentry.
I'm looking at like usual the usual issues that people are all having with the game. And overall, from what I've just gathered, it is simply them just saying, please lower the difficulty, they're so hard.
You remember when they were complaining, saying the game is too easy?
Yeah.
That shit lasted 3 updates.
Yeah. And now they're saying it's too hard. Pick a side, stick with it.
Very nice, Mr. Highboard.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point these to the enemy.
Another thing is that people were asking, like, okay, did you change your loadout? Because that's the usual thing that people have been saying. Like, yeah, you need to change your loadout to deal with it. And you know, people don't.
That I would have gone from this environment. Diving in and out of waist high water sucks.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Charger, I know.
Deploying full replacement.
I just want to be closer to your last requisition.
Request approved. Deploying
That way we
reinforcements.
can get that gear and get out of here.
Yeah. It's fine if I don't collect it, by the way. We should probably head towards.
No, we need to get into the caves immediately. It's the reinforcement train problem. You die, I die trying to get back to my equipment so I can get back to you. You need to make,
God.
you need to make a break for the caves now.
Yeah,
Mission
we.
at 30 minutes remaining.
I'll meet you there.
Found something.
Wow, we didn't get a single duplication in that instance. Sample scanner is broken!
Hey, can you stop ghosting my fucking sim, please, game?
Requesting
I
supply.
pressed that like 4 times. You did not register a single one.
Requesting tac pack.
Let's not do that today. How about that?
Freedom requires firepower. Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
I'm just grabbing your spear gun, I'm sorry.
Switch.
Thank you.
Objective nearby.
See, this is the actual ballistic one that fucking works.
How about a nice cup? Oh, liberty.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why are we doing this on
Apparently because I'm a masochist.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is viable.
I'm
Very frank with you.
I've done it before, but that opening from us was not very good.
No, it wasn't, because we kind of lost it around.
We got stuck on shrieker nests. I was trying to destroy them with the epoch. There was something my brain was telling me on why I was taking the pot shots as I was. And then I remembered. And then the Bile Titan showed up.
If it didn't have the fucking water, it's fucking fun. It's just the water that's the fucking issue about this goddamn level.
Yes. Okay. I already closed the holes on the way out the first time. So now grabbing this SSD.
I can't hear you, you're too far away from your mic.
I keep getting that. And I'm still sitting the normal way I am on my desk. I don't know why that is. How about now? You still can't hear me? No, my
I
microphone's
still
fucked.
cannot hear you. You sound extremely far away from your mic.
My mic must be glitching out then. Give me a second.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
I'm gonna have to use your supply pack here.
Helldiver, reporting to the front.
How about now?
No. Don't sound very far away. No. Again.
I didn't say anything that time.
Oh, sorry. Now you sound a little bit better. Have your stream on in the background, but that's probably why.
Sentry!
I'm trying to fix it on the fly, but I'm currently experiencing difficulty. Do you mind if I take us back out the lobby?
I would recommend.
I am going to assume I recommend it. So that was a yes to backing from the lobby?
Yeah, do so, please. If you can.
Okay. Sound settings, microphone properties. Something was fucking with my microphone settings.
Yeah.
How about now?
Sounds fine now. I don't think it's a proximity thing.
No, something fucked with my internal microphone settings again. It was probably when I was fucking around with something earlier. I don't know what it must have been, but something. Let's see if it changes over time again. But, I know that I've done it before. It just is much rougher on 10. These things were designed to have full squads. I didn't throw down the SOS.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we can do the two of us. It just cannot be at
The
D10.
Helldivers battle
That's way too out of
Let
pity.
us decide where to enter the fray. This operation is no longer vital.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
You thought the Helldivers community would be like Deep Rock Galactic? See, here's the problem with that idea, Jadwan. Those games are designed for people who have autism. They have autism. They like being around other people that are playing their game, and they love teaching new people who are playing their game. The people who are playing Helldivers are tourists.
Yes.
Unfortunately. They're sensationalist tourists. Which means their affection to the game only matters as much as their ability to make money off of it. Which is a direct problem, because they don't actually appreciate the game. They appreciate the hype. The hype is not the game. So they don't actually like the game. They like that they are experiencing the experience of the game. It's often said that live service games are not selling you an account, or they're selling you NFTs in your digital goods or your additional shit. They are selling you an experience. They want the experience, and the experience is not promised by interest of monetary value to their game state. No amount of money you buy, or rather in this case, no amount of super credits that you pay for, insists that you get power. They are a premium currency that you use to support the game, the same way that you can give money to grinding your games to get tokens that then are microtransactions that you can apply to your skills, but they actually have no real bearing on. They have no real bearing on what you're doing. This time I'm bringing the exosuit.
Okay. Now call in the SOS. Okay, game. That was actually a hit. Kinda crazy.
There's nothing I can do about that bug breach.
Where I
That's the position of the high value asset.
Breacher's down. Alright. We're the fun beginners. Now we can fight back.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Access suit depleted.
Loading.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
I'm going to go grab the asset.
I'm grabbing all the samples I possibly can.
Go
Around
ahead.
the nest.
Go ahead, I prefer you to. And then after I grab the asset,
Dead.
the three of you can continue on into the caves.
Alright.
Package acquired. Requesting sentry.
Dropping a pin. West, 300 meters.
Hive Lord inbound. Be aware.
Based on our loadout, we are forced into avoiding. We don't have the damage.
Punches real, man.
Tagging map. Northwest. Far.
Probably grab one punching if the aim punch is really an issue.
Yes. For most aim punch problems, it means you have not eliminated enough enemies, your aim is not as good as you think it is, because your flicks are not as great, and or blah 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 blah. This bastard knocked the egg out of my hands. At least he didn't send the egg fucking flying.
Package fired! Grenade! Freedom never rests!
I'm dictating that's close enough.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Found something.
Calling in a hell bomb!
I'm out of ammo and I need not out of ammo, but
Hell bomb armed! Clear the
here's
area!
the stalker!
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Second roach in the sky.
Rare sample collected!
I guess R3's not going to turn and cover my back. He's going to instead keep running forward.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy, land!
We need to get out of the field and into the cave.
Agreed.
Heavy! Southeast, 15 meters. And you're watching the advanced country.
Die, possibly.
So, chat, let's talk about what that diver just did wrong. A charger was coming towards our unit. Our unit could not evade, so he was ran over. After that unit was ran over, this diver then stepped closer to the unit and then got another unit shot and killed due to arc effects. You have an arc dog in a party with that has no arc resistance.
Inside.
Destroyer has left the squadron.
If you're gonna use an arc dog, you have to know how to use an arc dog. Put that shit the fuck away when you're not in the point man position. War dogs go outside the house. Guard dogs stay in the house. The arc dog might as well be a glorified electrical turret with distance, if not a glorified arc thrower on your back. That shit's not safe. I went down the left cave entrance because I got pushed. I had to go down the left cave. Motherfucker. I don't know.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range. Liberty dispensed. Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Having to do multiple things at once.
Objective nearby.
Reinforcements!
No, it's still on volume level 100. I don't know why it's fluctuating. I'm not doing anything different. Anywho.
Backpack, inbound!
Take the supply pack.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Last reload!
Getting some audio tearing. We need to punch through towards the stalker layer.
Hey, fire or bomb the thing. Sometimes short trip doesn't work against them. That's really annoying. How about a nice top? Liberty! Before, come on.
Behind!
You back! Somewhere.
Hole's closed.
Hive structure destroyed.
Bag's empty! You back! Dropping a pin.
I need a safe way out. I'm pincered in here.
Get you. Reflect out of the way. Well, we're stuck right now.
I'll make a hole.
Where?
Ironically enough, it's allowed to do that. We shouldn't be going to the north nest. We want to go towards the place where we cleared. Why do we go towards more dangerous territory?
Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Assuming there's another spot there.
If there is, I don't know where it is.
Find soon enough.
Don't run back and forth in a circle. Squat or crouch. Open cave entrance pushed our supplies around. You're gonna have to look and scour for boxes. It would appear there's only one way into the flag, which means we have to guard that gate pincer. We also actually have better outside connection to the sky here, so I'm going to call down the second exosuit.
Someone's in high like spawning right next to us. He's spawning right next to us.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Fortunately, if he's spitting, it won't hit me all that much.
Oh, that's so fun. That's so fun. That's so fucking fun. That's so fucking fun.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Narrow as corner gate. They're actually in here. I don't know why P3's alone.
Wait, there you go. That's where I'm at.
It is time to Hodor. Clear them out quickly.
Objective completed.
Run. I know some of your equipment is on the outside, Marcus. You'll have to make a clear run from it. I have 1819 here. There's an Epoch and a spear gun here. Stalker! Can't see! I know I heard it. I've got 10-10.
Sweet liberty, my leg!
I'm out.
I'm trying to find the impaler right now, but I can't see where it is.
Probably center in the nest. I'm seeing multiple heat signatures towards the north. Yep.
Got it. See it. I'm dead.
We don't talk about that shot, chat. That shot was extremely off mark.
I mean, Tim. Thanks. Okay, apparently the structure is just not working anymore. It just bugged out. Apparently cannot actually work against them.
Okay. Switch to the purifier next time.
Yeah, figure it out. My leg! Got it. I hear it. Where is it?
And that, chat, would be a good example of why war dogs go outside the house. Why is a rocket in the center of the field blowing the shit out of us?
I need supplies.
You need what?
Supplies.
Take my pack. Fire in the hole! Okay.
Last bit.
Now carefully make our exit to the west. East. I don't know my directions. West. That way. Follow M1. I need those grenades.
Go ahead.
It's dark in here, dark in here, dark in here, dark in here. Ow. It's too dark in here. I can see a couple of messages that I've missed answering in chat. I'll answer them in a second. A second might be 5 minutes from now. Reloading ultimatum.
Got it. Reloading. Southeast.
Terminate outpost purged.
Rare sample collected.
That's so unfortunate. P3 ran in a circle, and because he was doing that as I was touching a rare sample, I just gave away my last pack. Not ideal. We have 6 minutes to get to the point.
Requesting tac pack. Requesting advanced weaponry. I'm out of evoc ammo.
Start the console.
Trying to get to it.
It should be first step puzzle, and then every single other step after that is connections. I'm waiting here next to the pipe to open it.
Do it. Dead.
Someone needs to get on that pipe.
Force close. You force, take care of it. Or don't. I'll take care of it then.
Depleted.
Requesting sentry. Dropping a pin. Southwest. Far. Last reload.
Taylor.
Freedom marches on.
We need to run. We don't have time for any other objectives. We need to run. We have to get cross-planet in probably 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Go.
Calling down a support weapon.
35 seconds till cut off. I suggest you call in your supply packs. That's a wall.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit.
If you're shooting, you're not running. Run!
Top side, very long track.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Dragon.
Run on fucking cue. First pass.
Oh! Crap!
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Take my stuff to go.
Marking location, southeast. Heavy, northeast, 100 meters.
ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Reloading!
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
We need to survive 35 seconds.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Twins!
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1
Oh!
Swarm intelligence. Ah, they stood no chance against your tactical excellence.
You shut your ass up, Democracy Officer Blood! I wish I could understand why the pink unit chose to just solo for about 5 minutes by himself. I don't think I'm ever going to get that answer, Marcus.
I'm not sure. But he did. Was it worth it?
They were,
Questionable. He didn't really do the other mission, but it's fine, I guess.
he brought it back in the back half.
Yeah. I'll admit that.
So the next question that you typed, Jazwan, do people not have fun using different loadouts? Is that why I get kicked sometimes? Yes! There are certain people that have attitudes about breaker on my ship or kick. But now it's no longer the breaker and the railgun and the personal bubble and specifically a couple of things. It is specifically that they get angry at the way that a particular person is behaving, acting, playing, speaking, or reacting when they're given suggestions, call-outs, or plays that need to happen exactly the way that they're being described, or the play not only doesn't happen, but you then get punished by the fact that they're standing there. So, if a diver, for example, the one that I kicked, is using an arc dog, and they decided, I'm going to take this arc dog despite knowing that the other divers have no arc resistance, and we die to it, and they don't apologize, and they are playing as though they're blind to everything around them, which cost us 2 deaths, one for me being back attacked, and they walked straight past it, then for being electrocuted to death, and they didn't satchel their arc dog. I am the one who's responsible to understand that it's going to happen again, and then remove said person. Ideally, if you're going to do that, you need to explain why you're doing it. Because if you're going to crash out, it needs to be valid. If it's not a crash out, you're just spurging. Spurging is bad. Crashing out over something valid is right. But why does it matter? I can play the way I want. I go back to the mnemonic vice I talked about. War dogs go outside the house. Every sentry in this game that is not manned and piloted by the intelligence of a player is a AI turret. Gatling turret AI will beam you. It doesn't care. Rocket turret AI kinda has less of a chance to beam you. It could still kill you if it outright hits you in the head, but you might survive a shot to your chest. And the flamethrower turret doesn't activate unless there's enemies nearby to hit you in the first place. And Tesla towers are the obvious exception unless you're wearing arc resistance. Even then, 5 shocks will kill you, because it slows you and strains your stamina. It acts as both a stagger, a slow, and a stunning effect to divers, but they also reduce this. This was one of the necessary buffs that they added in the patch to make flamethrower and stun better. Therefore, war dogs, sentries, go outside the house, go outside the perimeter. They're designed to hold a perimeter. Sure, if the turret can do its job and it doesn't kill you standing next to you, it can be in the perimeter, therefore in the house. An EMS mortar is a safe puppy. It's a chihuahua. A explosive mortar is a well-trained bulldog. The art dog is a fucking pit bull. That dog bites. Therefore, if it needs to be somewhere, it needs to be the closest out of the formation, which means it takes the spear position of a formation. So the art dog stays in the front. The dog breath can stay in the middle and the sides. The guard dog, as long as it's holding its correct angle for both laser and a bullet, can be on the outskirts, on the side of the diamond that makes the spear crescent. Assuming that you're having 4 divers and they're holding a diamond formation, that means the person who is the fastest probably is the one who has the arc resistance. They're the one zapping everything first. Then they satchel the bag away and they switch to their artillery weapon. The 2 side pieces are using ammunition. Their munitions are probably bullet. And if they're not bullet, there's some type of charge up. If they're plasma, there's some type of charge up plasma that they can be able to hold for a long time so they don't accidentally beam a diver, which means they're probably using a purifier. Because the Scorcher doesn't work as well, it also does less damage. It's literally a factor of 200 to 500. Which one would you rather have? Blah, 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 blah. Point being, most common sense and common logic, people just don't fucking use. They don't think about it. Because they're playing their life. But there is no playing your life. You're playing our lives. We're all pulling from the exact same resources. A wasted life is a wasted resource. Sometimes, you can't play perfectly. It's progress, not perfection. Oh my god! We might be forced into having to fight the Bile Titan here.
The dragon and the Hive Lord?
At the same time, yes.
Yeah.
Take an Emancipator unit. No matter how you can think about it, or the ways that a person can try to work with it, you're always going to be at the mercy of what another diver does. It doesn't matter how and where it happens. You will be at the mercy of another diver. And whether or not they decide they are very good at what they're doing, or that they understand that there can be a downside to putting you in a hard position, that doesn't matter as much as the consequences that happen when you are now at the mercy of that gameplay decision. Because it's just, it's everything. It's literally everything. If they are so bad at the game that they are killing you in this way, then there's nothing you can fucking do about it. And it's bad for several reasons, but the most important reason is the reason that it's bad is that you are going to cost everyone your life over something that should be very simple to handle. And unfortunately, it is not easy to handle multiple situations getting fucked over by players not working with you. You have to work with other players. You can be stubborn and say, no, I can't, I can just do what I want. But you actually don't have a choice. Otherwise, you're going to murder people. And then at that point, I guess you can play in squads by yourself and be the leader and always decide how you do things. But then it becomes a question of, are you going to be able to deal with other people collectively as a whole, in a group, in a unit, together, in every squad, in every situation, in any mission you go into, on every front. On each of those lines there, I hit every person on something. Well, I don't like the Illuminate. The Illuminate's boring. I don't like the automatons. I get staggered all the time. I don't like the Terminates. I'm playing a fucking horror movie. Everyone's got one. Everyone has a reason. Everyone has an excuse. Everyone has a purpose. All we get to do is decide how we're going to go about dealing with it. Otherwise, blah, 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 lighting some shit. Can you use your spear to take out that Shrieker nest?
Yes, that's what I'm about to do.
And I assume you took the spear to deal with the Hive Lord, and or crack plates, and or kill,
All of the above.
Okay. I think one rocket to the face will take down a Dragon Roach, but it's not likely you're going to hit that on first disposal. There's another one in the distance. I might as well bring down the resupply here.
Me too, 'cause I've just gone through all my shit. E4 has that, I believe.
He's working on
We
it.
have that.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
And here begins the shits.
Oh, that's helpful. Oh, that's actually extremely helpful. Hold on now. Thank you for the napalm, actually. Good job.
How'd you like to taste raw burrito?
Alright. Approach. Jesus fuck. Get fucked.
Here's dead body blocking the console.
I got the terminal.
Oh, I love it when that happens. Let me get a resupply up. Or, like, let me grab resupplies.
Weapon. Supply. Engaging terminal.
Making progress.
I can't remember
Yeah, sure.
which is which.
Mine had 75, 76 in it.
I'm in yours.
So, yep, that's whatever. I don't care.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Sending out an SOS. Calling down objective equipment.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
That sounds like vile Hive Lord movement. Or my camera's not stable.
No, I see it.
I got the terminal.
I've learned inbound.
The arm is in the fucking way.
Northwest.
Left, up. Left, right, down, right.
He's peeking.
Engaging terminal.
The wing was literally inside of the fucking vision, so I couldn't see. Aim for the midsection plates.
Doing it.
It has to be the same plate, otherwise it won't crack. The bottommost plate has 20k health. All of the rest of the sections of plates have 15k. Once the flesh is exposed, we can directly deal damage to the 150. Every Liberator and Emancipator unit does 60k damage with both arms. That means within 3 cooldowns each, we should have it dead. So the plates you want to aim for is this section right here, and preferably from the front. The front plate and the back plate don't have the same HP. They're two separate pieces.
Pineapple's pretty good at taking these fuckers down. Looks like it's cracking, but future looks like it's cracking, so there you go.
It'd be so smart if I actually picked up my spear gun. Now your spear does have the ability to crack its plates.
And you grab more of the supplies, or it would possibly be right next to it. Apparently, there it is. You. Heading. Armor looks extremely cracked, so there's that. Grabbing this just in case.
When it comes to using anything that is a red bombardment to try to do it, it can work to cause some damage, but it requires a lot more effort. So, orbital Gatling barrages will only really help to crack the plates if you hit them in such a way where all of the bullets will aim down on the body. We need to help him. He's kept pressured and he can't deal. He can't aim at them if he's being pressured by a horde.
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Never mind, not dead. Surprisingly.
No, I'm the one that dies here.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
How am I alive?
I don't know. You're right. Center plate's starting to get cracked. So in this situation here, this is where you want to try and throw these stratagems at it to try and get it to do some damage. It's going to slide back down, so it's not necessarily the best ideal. But just be merciful that it hasn't been body slamming. Exosuit should be.
It's coming towards me. Shit.
Exosuit cooldown should now be 30 seconds out.
Yes. That's a. You got that meme.
Unfortunately, J3 did not bring an exosuit. They did, however, bring a spear and several turrets.
Oh my god! I didn't hear it. I didn't even hear it charging. I ragdolled and bled to death. Are you kidding me?
Requesting advanced weaponry. Backpack inbound.
Good fucking god, man. I hate silent charges.
Same.
Alright. Emancipator suits are up. I'm putting one down.
I got the terminal.
This big guy.
Calling down a walker. Engaging terminal.
Whoever has the napalm, this is where you want to use it.
Yep, napalm's been used. They used it. Good shot.
Marking location.
Careful. He's popping up right in front of us. There he is.
Orbital inbound.
Fire. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Orbital barrage. Clear the area.
I'm gonna revive you.
Calling in reinforcements.
He's cracked.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
You will never destroy our way of life.
I'm going up.
Lost an arm.
There's only 7 shots total.
It's close to death.
Last reload.
Side east. I'll take it. Thank you.
Yeah, motherfucker took both my arms. Here's your prize.
Reloading.
A bunch of hunters on me.
Move northward.
Down. We have a unique situation where we can definitely do this. And I'm dead again. Not. Alright, something. Still didn't take me out.
Last reload.
Dragon.
Northwest, 50 meters.
Woo!
Reinforcing!
If we can just deal with this aerial rat with wings, we can get back to DPS and the Hive Lord.
And then there's the Grenadiers that are trying to fuck me.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
3:45 till next
Objective
access.
critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting objective equipment.
Body slam!
Ooh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Never mind, I'm surprisingly alive. I thought you completely knocked me out. Oh, shit.
Oh, good old impact deaths.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Requesting sentry.
And death by rupture spear, apparently.
Reinforcing sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point me to the enemy.
Really? Oh, okay. That was quite very sudden. I'm going this way. Goodbye, everybody.
I'm pretty sure I did a backflip when I got pushed up.
Calling in reinforcements.
It was funny.
Requesting air support.
Requesting orbital.
Dead.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a support weapon.
Reloading.
Keep taking your shots, even if you have to aim at the flesh with your guns. The sooner this Hive Lord's out of commission, the sooner we have peace on the field.
Sending in an eagle.
Reinforcing.
Tech pack inbound.
Last exosuit call-ins.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Here, this direction. See the dust.
Requesting sentry.
Dragon in the sky.
Calling down a walker.
Here he comes.
I am sinking into the floor.
Marking location. Never mind. Southeast.
Now I'm not. Thanks, Mr. Hivelord. I don't know why I was sinking to the floor, but it probably has something to do with how destroyed this terrain is. You got these! Just fucking mount normally!
Oh, here he comes. No.
Heavy. Northwest. Close. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Reinforcing. Tagging location. Never mind. North.
You are in love with just digging right now, aren't you?
You will never destroy our way of life.
Now you go up.
Fire.
It's done.
Dead.
When you gotta stop getting hit markers, it's done.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Sorry. God damn, I keep doing it. I'm so sorry.
Calling in
J3.
reinforcements.
Those bastards got my arm.
Okay, now we do the event.
Requesting sentry.
That was a nasty hit. Got it! I detected Ahab.
Have accomplished liberty. Extracted your discretion. Tagging map. North. 200 meters.
Run around and try and grab some materials if you can.
Mm-hmm.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Last reload! Out of ammo! Package, fire!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Package acquired!
Roach is on me. Invisible fire.
Dropping package!
I'm just screwed on.
Package, fire! Dropping package!
Tunnel breach!
Package acquired!
Requesting air support.
Dropping package!
Calling down a support weapon.
Don't throw divers at your feet. Throw him ahead of us.
It's one.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. sentry!
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Dropping package.
We have 7:45 on the clock. Start the timer on the extraction. We're not leaving. We're getting Pelican down. I want Pelican hovering so that we can be able to leave immediately. It's faster for us to get it ready now than for us to wait and try to beat the buzzer.
Back inbound!
Since there's no more High Lord, this now gives us exactly this much time left to scour this planet and find what we can get. It is a sample POI after all, or rather a sample MO after all. Find the rest of the samples that were dropped on the floor. Also, the samples that I dropped at the extraction were dropped at the extraction for them to be on the floor. Only pick them up, you're consolidating your samples to them, and then drop them back on the floor.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Sending in an eagle!
Found something.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1
Now,
minute.
assuming that you don't know how to do it, when you want to put Pelican in hover, you have to walk off as soon as the extraction zone says that it's coming down for landing. If you do it correctly, it will instead say that it will hover in the zone waiting for Helldivers. That puts it inside its standby, which makes it into a rotating automatic turret in the sky.
Enemy tactical asset within
Wait
range.
to help you.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Back away. Back, like, get out. Get away from extraction.
Rare sample collected.
So, now, you leave the zone now.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
If it's landing, it means you did it incorrectly. Do not get onto the Pelican!
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
been 2 minutes. We gotta leg it.
We can hit this next POI and then we have to leave the caves.
Alright.
Calling down a sentry.
Otherwise, we won't have enough time to make it back on foot traffic.
Bug hive spotted. There to exterminate.
I'll get him up. Do this real quick. I have supply packs, so don't worry.
Oh, freedom!
Need supplies? Dang it.
Outpost destroyed.
Run!
I don't think we're gonna make it. Push past them. We're not.
And that would be why I left the samples at the extraction, E4. Now you know not to touch the extraction samples that are left for you to extract with. If anyone was going to get left behind, it was going to be me. That's why I elected to be the one that went.
Launch preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Oh, now he knows. Because I know he's the one who picked him up.
He's gonna make it.
Ripperoni, pepperonis. Everybody's dying for the play.
And shrouded by spores, a hero rests.
But at least you got the experience. Tee-hee. Tee-hee-hee-hee. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Bless me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not one of those. I'm going to take my team into consideration in the faction I'm facing. Well, know that you're in a minority, Jidwan. You're in a minority of players. It's always progress, not perfection, but it's very, 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 very difficult. Because you have to read people's minds. Because you see, people don't ask questions before they do things. They see object and they touch object.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Hello, Solo Silo. I got some catch nuke, I'm gonna use it.
Orbit synchronized.
I've been tagged 50 billion times in several different places. Oh my god.
I will talk to you later.
Okay.
Allied
Goodbye.
destroyer has left squadron.
Jackie Brown won the runoff. tagging in my server? Or is this movie night ping?
Helldivers to
Ah, this is
Hellpods.
movie night ping.
Repeat.
Okay.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
Slash in my garden, haunting, find where you want him, haunting, haunting.
Alcubierre drive calibration complete. Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Okay. I need to pee. Fuck me. I gotta piss like a racehorse.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Okay. Drink.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Okay.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Hello, Sedate Mushroom. How can I help you, sir?
Helldiver.
Hello.
How you doing, sir? How can I help you? Okay. Sorting through some things. I have one more mission left in this operation, and then I have to decide what I'm doing, because I'm currently live right now. Are you prepared for the last of a super hell dive? No. Does anyone ever?
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
That's funny. That's funny. I don't want to do this. Probably this. I would like to get samples. That's probably this, just for basic survivability. Wom, 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 wom.
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Sending down support weapon.
Already?
Sending out an SOS!
For prosperity.
You blew off my arm! You blew off my other arm! Now I'll blow up your face.
Not today! You will never destroy our way of life!
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement.
Cause trample.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Helldiver reporting to the front!
Yeah, I hear you, big giant dragonfly.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Bonk.
Got a sample. Package acquired. Dropping package. Reloading. Package acquired.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
You're going to want to leave the cave system and immediately start hugging the walls as we make our way towards the mega nest. If you're shooting, you're not running. Doink. Yes, reinforce him back inside the cave so that you can then have farther to run instead of allowing me to re-extract him towards me.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack.
Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
SSD is parked.
Found something.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 300 meters.
Outpost destroyed.
Reinforcing.
Deploying minefield.
Get some.
100 meters.
I do believe I said, and then we're going to drop this off at SSD and then go towards the mega nest. If we get the caves done first, then we can immediately extract once we're done with the oil field.
Like the shape.
So basically, just chat, you don't want to play like this. This is how you do not want to play.
Request
Distracted, disorganized, and disoriented.
Northeast. 50 meters.
Point me to the enemy.
Requesting objective equipment.
Because now it's going to take us more time, not only because we're disorganized and all over the place and doing separate activities, but because it's also burning lives. And then people are rage quitting because they're burning lives.
Calling in reinforcements.
Liberty dispensed.
Spear gun, where are you? Hello, Governor. This way.
Calling down objective equipment. No time left behind.
Thank you. Keep running.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
The next pack's about to be insidious. We have to be very careful about how we approach this. Three, two, one. Run past. Run through.
Squad lost. Deploying replacement squad. Request approved.
And now that we're all organized in the same place,
Objective completed.
Ready to liberate.
let's do the thing that we should have done in the first place, and do that as a unit.
Attack pack inbound. Calling down a support weapon.
And preferably with an exosuit. Ow.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Democracy has landed.
Did he just carry away my exosuit?
Northwest, 200 meters.
That's unfortunate. I have to assume that he did, otherwise somebody would say something, right?
200 meters. Heavy.
Open fire.
50 meters.
I promise you we are where you are dead. I promise you we are where you are dead.
Reinforcement ready upon request.
Bug tunnel breach.
have been launched.
I'm tired of repeating myself.
Destroyer leaving squadron.
My forsaken legs slowing me down.
Reinforcing.
Just imagine, chat, all of this heartache and headache could have been avoided had we worked as a group from the beginning. Can't blame certain people, but I am definitely going to blame the people who I can blame. Guest, my buddy, my boy, my pal. Yes, I do. I'm being savaged by the incompetency of people who are doing bad things. Not other people here, but at least 3 people who I've had to kick in this play session. That was a bad aim.
Last reload.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Fuck me. Oh, fucking Christ almighty.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
It really sucks that my exosuit got carried away by the Bile Titan. Bile Titan, Carl says. Hive Lord. Because if it's not that image that's all the way at the top left of the map that's off on its own, I have no idea where it is. But it can't be because that's not the image of an Emancipator suit.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Now here's the sad part. I have no idea where the last hole is. And none of them called out if they had dealt with the Bile Titan hole. However, I found it.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Affirmative.
There is no way in hell we are winning this mission order.
Rare rockets fired.
Might as well grab this anyways. Because now the only thing left is to continue finishing the last objective on the outside. This way?
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
300 meters.
That's about 7 reach quits. Yes, the Aura Rig.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
We drop this off for extraction as soon as we find a way. Which is apparently this way. I'm a retard. I definitely clicked that button thinking I was holding primary 1.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray.
And now I run my happy little ass to the rig.
Dropping a pin west, 300 meters. Requesting backpack.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Sending down support weapon.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Dropping package.
Waist high water, waist high water. Okay. The rig is not that far away from the last objective.
Rare sample collected.
Dropping package.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling in.
Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
Tactical threat range. Objective critical stratagem available. Terminate hive structure destroyed. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
New mag.
It's this way. You missed out on me doing technology earlier in the stream. I have discovered that the ruptures can be only forced to dig when they take explosive trait combat damage. And the gas and fire does not affect them while they are submerged. If it is not traded and typed, it effectively doesn't happen. I'm trying to not crush you. Yeah, he did something and lost the turret. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't grab the vehicle. Player decided to go Rambo.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Somebody's already inside the driver's seat. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, wait, that's right. This is the last one. You can't drive it after the last one. Silly me.
Freedom spreads yet further. Extract when ready.
Now we have to walk back. 04, you're the only one closest to extraction. Call for it.
Launching orbital strike. Northwest. Calling in extraction.
I would suggest you not even waste your ammunition on the Hive Lord. Every time I need to use my shit, I'm always getting killed. I can't believe it.
Approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Might as well wait to call it down over here. Tisk, 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 tisk.
Freedom never rests.
He can't. There's too much siege.
Dropping package.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Walker.
Additional reinforcement funding approved. ETA T-minus 2 minutes. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Enemy north. On my position. Package acquired. Dropping package.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Dropping package.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
New mag.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Reinforcing. Affirmative. Package acquired. Tagging location. Southeast.
SSD! And
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
I felt like I had a Lumini moment, guest. I felt like I had a Lumini moment. That's how bad it was. Which sounds slanderous because, you know, Lum is Lum. But it's like, that's the reason why we're not winning the mission order. Those choices that people kept making there. Technically it wasn't really a two-man, but it was a two-man with two extras. And I literally only had to tell them the plan once from the start of that mission. And that was with Moon, not Lumini. But I do a two-man drop with two extras with Moon. We come back with over 75 samples. I have one of my mods. Well, I didn't have him come in. He came in and showed up at the beginning. And we can't get shit done on the planet. Almost always because something is sabotaging us. It's a combination of things run from it all. If we wanted to be conservative and fair, it's the fact that it's a new terrain. It's the fact that it's a new 5 total enemy types. If you consider the Hive Lord to be an evade or kill that is meant to be a challenge, you could say 4. It is the problems with the Dragon Roach and its breath. Granted, even if you understand and find out that it's all fire, it doesn't undo the fact that it still has an instant death state where the pools are conglomerating on top of each other, where if you hit that invisible zone of fire, you just instantly die. And it's the fact that those first 4 things then prevent extracting well, because Lord knows players do not coordinate when it comes to extractions. Synergy and team cooperation is very rare in this game, and when you find it, it is very hard to keep it. So it's all of those things together. We should have been able to overcome that in the first few days, but unfortunately we did not. I swear I've had this conversation like thousands and thousands of times. But effectively, the TLDR is that Ocean on Super Helldive feels impossible because all of those factors are stacking up against each other. And people are not interested in collecting samples. And it's been a force multiplier effect where us not collecting samples means we're behind. And we're also not using sample scanner, but that's an entirely separate argument. And because they don't see the number moving, they no longer plan on collecting samples because they believe, and at this point, because there was a 2-day gap where we could have made up the divide. We won't now. People are now just simply not doing it. That's all Citrus guessed. We always have to keep people alive. Because even then, there are some times where there are people that are trying to find the open case medium POIs on the planet. Because they can just find the super credits. There are no vaults. So some people are using the SC farm too. I feel like this was probably my last run for the day in this game, though. So there's that. You are correct, Old Man Bill. Gas is extremely good always. Not just on this planet, but in general. But it's very good on this planet because you can be able to use fire and gas at the same time to create a dot effect. That's why the Coyote is a good weapon. The incendiary fire is extremely powerful. With the avenue of the spear gun, it is an alternative hand weapon to compare to the dog breath as a backpack weapon, as I believe the default backpack now has just become the supply pack. We need so much goddamn ammunition when we need so many stems, it's not funny. Give or take how many people use G4 gas or use the arc shock or not, they are missing out on the AoE control that they could be giving their squads, because the harpoon, it does not do anything in terms of really having real damage. So you still have to take the ultimatum, especially if you're going to be closing mega holes. But because it's not a true anti-tank weapon, you still have to give yourself another tool to use in the field. And then you're changing off between an actual AT hand weapon. So my case example has been the Epoch and the spear gun. Well, of course you can always use it to take down a Bile Titan, but I can actually tell you that the majority of the Bile Titans have actually been replaced by Chargers. It appears that when we're on Bloom planets, it tends towards creating the Chargers and the Rupture strain than actually creating Bile Titans. By the way,
Greetings. The Galactic War awaits.
I will take my leave here, as I will be switching games. Thank you for helping, guest. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the rest of you, too. I shall be leaving now. If you want to keep watching the live stream, you can find me at any place you can find Single Player Carl on all platforms. YouTube, Twitch, Kick, X, and TikTok. My hair is itchy. My hair is itchy. My hair is itchy. Because of the sweat. My knees! Yes, I would definitely say at this point in time, we do not have the actual space saving a strategic order to give us the ability to succeed at this mission order. It is very much cooked. But we'll see what happens when it happens. Now, excuse me, as I go into the kitchen, I will be right back. Heat. Inch. You're always watching from the shadows. Next time you'll probably need help. I'll come faster to know what's happening now. Too true, guest. Too true. Now I turn to my game of choice. Exile 2. With Balatro on the side. I've gotten to the point inside the monk experiment where I do not feel like I'm happy with the monk. Whatever I have to do to make that goddamn monk better, it is not successful right now in its current state. I want to get it to the point where it can go back to being hollow palm, but it can't get there without having better equipment and better experience and better weapons. Probably need to have that hand that I don't have. And that's a whole fucking pain and experience in and of itself. Why is my YouTube chat so broken? That doesn't make any sense. Bum 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 ba-da-da-da. How was diving today? Diving was actually fine, Bolster. As I've shown links, and I will put them also inside of gaming inside the Discord. I did extensive testing, and by extensive testing I mean I literally tested the examples that would prove the causality true. The Rupture Strain does not take damage from fire or gas when they are submerged. They must be forced to surface by the form of any explosive delivered by an object that is tagged with the explosive trait. Specifically, it needs to be an explosion. It needs to be in the area of the dig. And the only way it takes status effect from the explosion or takes status damage, period, is that it has to be on the map as a unit. So, the plasmas, all of the plasma archetype, are perfectly designed between the primary, the sidearm, and the supply weapon to supply the ability to force them to the surface. In the primary slot, I would highly suggest the Purifier. In the sidearm slot, you can get away with the Loyalist. You literally only have to pop them once, and it will force them to the surface and allow you to mag dump with whatever other weapon of choice you want. And then for plasma, your only option really is probably going to be the Epoch. All of them will have to be probably used with ammunition backpack. But if you force them to the surface, and you have the tools on hand to handle it, you can force them to take fire and gas at the same time. I did this testing with the Flamer. I did it testing with the Torture. I did it testing with the Crisper. I did it testing with the Sterilizer, as well as the Purifier standing in for explosive charge up in the primary slot. It works on all size classes. So as long as the explosion hits nearby, you will be able to put them on their ass. Personally, it actually means that if you wanted to only have to use one weapon for that purpose, you could get away with using Incendiary AR, and then on the sidearm have the Loyalist as your side weapon. But, obviously, if you have the Loyalist, that means you can't take DLP and you can't take Ultimatum. Me personally, I choose to use gas grenades. I don't think I want Impact and Incendiary on this planet. And in the future with Gloom Worlds, it's a trade-off of whatever support weapon you take. The Spear Gun is obviously better for the caves, for instant hole closure. That's not debatable. But the problem that we're having on these planets is swarming. We're very used to using our bombardments and encampments to hole close. And in certain cavern situations where we don't have those tools, I'm seeing and noticing divers running past other divers and getting other divers killed. Because they're not paying attention to their corners and they're skipping the slices of the pie. So as long as a diver is willing to be patient and maybe takes 2 forms of gas. So if they choose to take the spear gun, they also have to take G4 gas. They can remain somewhat safe. But because of how much damage, it almost always pigeonholes them into having to be grenade and spear gun. Because the AoE of the gas coming from the spear gun is usually not enough. That's just my opinion. Then again, I've been taking dual weapons. So, whenever I'm out on the planet, I'll have an epoch in my hands. And whenever I'm going into the caves, I will drop that weapon and switch with the spear gun. Alternatively, you could bring a better backup weapon and allow the gas to be delivered through grenades. And with the grenades coming from your supply pack, you could take ballistics. But then you have the problem. Using ammunition. Today's dives, I decided in the middle to exchange my gas with thermite. And it can help, but I feel that I'm being victimized. Maybe not on the standard loadout, maybe not necessarily on the desert, maybe not necessarily on acclimated, using the obedient, but it is a significant downturn. A significant downturn of opportunity and potential. Oh, my body's so cold. Food is in the oven. It's going to take about an hour and 25 minutes to cook. Okay. Ouch. What about electric? The Tesla Tower is almost permanently unsafe. Dust Devils doesn't have enough arc resistance to resist the damage. It's always going to kill you. So you have to be wearing arc resistance. De-escalator, I didn't test that with the Dust Devil. It might have enough arc resistance that you don't die to a random shock from from a stray grenade in close quarters. That can help, but you'll still have to reload it in between things. So that's a choice too. No, then of course you then have to worry about nailing other divers when you're trying to rescue them in these situations. And the grenades, they're just like the pyrotechnics. The Mexican jumping beans. Mexican electric jumping beans. Incestuous. Boo, 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 boo. See, I wish we had them. We won't get it, I don't think. I think it's too strong. Boom, boom, boom. Snack time. Carl, you need call for quest stratagem. Call for guest stratagem. Why did I read that as quest? I mean, I wish there actually was a stratagem that said call for friendly divers. And I wish it wasn't the SOS. I wish it was a specific stratagem that you could throw down, that it would specifically ping out people on your friends list to potentially join into your game. And it was a specific call for aid. Like, bing, bling, bling, bling. Mr. Random is calling for aid across the galaxy. Will you answer the call? Click, synchronizing space-time. I think there is, actually no, I don't think there is heavy. Not for arc resistance. No, I think it's all, it was 2 mediums and a light, I think. It's actually super unfortunate that it didn't work like that. Unlike last time, I agree with you. They need to focus on fixes. The graphical and audio glitches that are happening, they need to fix those before we get another update of content. They can do patch note fixes, they can do buff passes and nerf passes, but we need to fix the fucking audio bugs. There's an unknown number of people who are dying because they can't hear anything happening around the corner. They're getting victimized by it. Is it bugged here? Apparently. Why the fuck is it bugged there? So, my fucking chat room behind in the YouTube Creator Studio is bugged. But the one on the user page isn't. Guest, where are you typing from? Twitch? Why can't I see the chat? YouTube? Why is it not showing me your chat on YouTube? Oh, there you are now. I was so fucking confused. There was just a line of Boster's chats and I couldn't see you. I guess I'm just fucking blind. Okay. Switching over these two things here. And we throw two hands of Balatro. Two hands of Balatro. You find it funny that the new Warbond passive is the Hellgas passive, but 10% weaker, taking a nerfed servo assist as a second option. I sense that people at Arrowhead are getting slightly more lazy with armor passives, but it's fine, I guess. I understand where they're going with the idea, because the problem with the Killzone armor is that thematically it was designed to be Stormtrooper equipment. We were supposed to be using fire and gas and walking through our fire and gas and shooting people in the head with our light armor equipment. That's why the Killzone weapons were light armor. It basically is designed to nullify automaton troops by getting up close and personal and in their face. Well, granted, most of us prefer having something medium. Acclimated is more than enough to get through on the planets. And Halo ODST works at the same level. The rifle is medium, everything else is light. What can you think of that only really requires light armor penetration and maybe a one-hand primary for medium armor? The Illuminate. The original teaser for ODST had the drop pod dropping inside of an Illuminate-dominated city. And even then, should they be going to Terminids with it, because it's basically a beginner kit, it's then a weapon to get them acclimated to the game. The gun is medium penetration. It has a higher damage window and is comparable to a Liberator with medium armor. It just takes a hit on having, one, no accessories, and two, 32 bullets. Which is a fair trade-off versus the non-Bloom Terminid. Then everything else is a silenced weapon. Instead of wearing the ODST armor, wear Recon. Da-da! There's your stealth. Certainly it's not going to quiet your footprints, but you should be crouching around anyways if you're using stealth tactics. That's at least logically what should happen. Should happen. It's not what is happening, or what people choose to take. Well, that was easy. Besides all that shit, how's your day going, Buster? It just started. One more shift and 2 weeks off. Based. I'm honestly waiting to have a typical experience of an Undertale fan game on Helldivers from the Illuminate side. What do you mean by that, guest? Kind of wait to recharge somewhat. Yeah. Nice. Reverse controls and stuff. Okay. Maybe as a buff, they'll change that to be what happens with the Illuminate when we're in area of a cognitive the cognitive dissonator. Boy, I know I have a backlog of games I want to get onto. Oh yeah, it'd be terrifying. That's how I thought it was originally going to work. I thought they were going to cause butt knockout. Unfortunate. However, when enemies are getting a comeback like the Hive Lords, let's just pray the obelisks won't come back. Look, let's pray that the obelisks don't come back, but also let's pray that the Bureau comes back. Because we need this information in the game. Oh, I hope 13 volts is enough. Remind me again, Gust. Those were the ones that randomly took control of the diver, right? Like, not just button lockout, but specifically literally mind controlling your character. Remember, they could have created walls. Okay. Play one type of hand card this round. Works for me. Democracy protects snipers. Council members floating on the throne with a force shield. One day. Nines. No nines. Need one theme for Beltering while playing while I join mid-round called Need a Hand. Oh. Is that the song name? Is it actually called Need a Hand? Yes, it is. Huh. Is that actually what it's called? Yeah, I suppose that'd work. Ooh. You should probably re-download Balatro. Too bad there's no GOG version of it, so I can play it on my work laptop. No. Escape. 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 Go back to a different kind of autism. Yeah! Like Heroes of Might and Magic 3! Thank you. You're already out of the conflux. You're already safe. Don't come in now. I can't be saved. It's long since taken me. There's no hope for me. There's only hope for you. Purple. Certainly I don't get punished by this play. Always lucky. I'm incredibly weak and I need something strong. It's been a while since you had Yappins. No, they're not postponed. I had told myself I didn't know if I was going to be doing a Yappin today. But I'm setting up a thing inside of another Discord that allow me to do Yappins from inside of there as well. It wasn't set up and ready in time. Like, I woke up with the need to do this particular gameplay session so I could document that stuff. So that's how that turned out. And also, I've gotten a lot of booking done. I will tell you all about it come, I think, Tuesday. Either tomorrow or Tuesday, one of the two. So that's how that scales. It has to disappear. Not exactly the best. Very of a kind over making everything a glove. That's the strongest thing I have going. Potentially setting up black rainbows. Going into the rest. 1, 2. I need X-Molt. Fun fact, 1 spear and 2 spear gun shots can take down a dragon roach. I'm going to store that information in the back of my brain and remember that for later. Bueno. I'm still in a shit situation. Clippy, you're not helping. That can help, though. But yesterday I was able to take it down that way with your teammate. I don't know if you had to hit a specific spot with the spear, though. Something tells me I won't catch it. Night shift. I should actually start working. Catch you all later. Bye, Boster. We miss you. We miss you already. If you're asking why I'm randomly playing Balatro, it's not random. I'm giving my mind a mental reset before I start doing what is going to be probably a very annoying and agonizing experience. Evergreens. I guess that kind of works. But I can't flush my way out of this. I have to two-pay or three of a kind my way out of it. Apple. Dusty the Clown. Real malt. Literally a better replacement. Nice. Either this succeeds or it doesn't. I wonder how good you would do an Ultra Kill. Very poorly. Ultra Kill is a little bit out of my depth. Only because it's a boom shooter. I would be marginally okay. I've completed the game, but I have not mastered the tech. Not at all. Not even close. It's like that for most games made by New Blood. And do I live? Barely. I'll likely die here. I don't have X-Molt. Yep, I'm very much dead here. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. The monk experiment has reached its end. Okay, class. You get two choices. You can choose witch or warrior. Which one do you want to see? How good am I at RTS? Extremely amazing. His stream closed! I had said that I'm extremely good. I have a basis in esports. That's why I'm so good with information. Eventually how to make a nuke, but that's not as important. Realistically, I can adapt to any kind of game. If I make myself sit down and play it, I can fully adapt to it. I should try Star Wars Empire at War. I will add that to the list. I'll add that to the list right now. Star Wars Empire at War. And use the remake mod. Open parentheses, use remake mod. Close parentheses. Two choices, chat. Melee or magic? Which one are we going? Unless I'm misimagining the wrong class. This should be this one. Lich, Infernalist, Blood Mage, Lich, Abyssal Lich, yes. Interesting. They even have a special Abyssal Lich Ascendancy for the league. I didn't know that. What's here? I believe the Blood Mage is the one. So it would be... No, it would be the other one. No, it is Witch. Okay. Carl is retarded. Carl is retarded, chat. I swear. I swear. I swear I'm retarded. I'm retarded. Itchy. Itchy. Warrior or Witch. It's the two choices. Warrior or Witch. I was looking at subclasses in the back because there is a particular subclass that I have a particular rod prepared for. Beep 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 beep. The chat has voted Witch. And so begins a long process.
I will not join the dead today.
Find the Miller.
The dead rise again. Oh, I'm going to like it here.
Is it withering on head? It is. My ear. Ugh. Ugh. I felt like I had to burp, and I felt like I had bile at the same time. Nasty. So begins the process. To which we should probably get some background music, but then again, I would want people to hear things, but then again, the background music. I guess solipsism will do. Let me know if the music's not quite loud enough. Bum, 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 bum. Really, we're going down this path. Alright, twinking gear. That's actually not bad. Bum, 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 bum. Into the chests. I have wands, I have maces, I have bows, I have no focus eye, I have gloves, I've got doedries. I also have north paws. I've got luminous path. I probably have a new starry helm. It's not true. I've got crown of thorns. I need some regen. But I have none. And this is where I start drastically going through the hand-me-down tab. What are you doing in there? Just gonna go back for now. $21. Chest. I'm pretty sure we just want a basic energy shield chest. Spell damage. We get Skeletal Sniper, We get Contagion, we get Unearth. Normally you wouldn't be able to get these. I'm definitely taking a +1. That's fast. How did I get knocked over? I didn't start running. It begins. Contagion. I'm not really feeling Contagion. I'm feeling the Arsonists. Lee. I had to mentally think about what I was doing. Get Spark to work better as a better long-handed. Yeah. More spirit. Increased minion life. Bone Blast. Spell physical. Bone Blast is a physical. Yeah, okay. Hey. To be honest, if I had some C4 like bomb that could be activated remotely instead of having to set a 1 minute timer, then I'd make perfect traps and Helldivers. Isn't dynamite programmable? Up to like 3 different program settings? My brain is saying that it's like 10, 15, and 40 seconds timer. I know it's like 700 damage each. Dynamite, like, since we already got dynamite. Okay. I suppose that could work. Honestly, for me, dynamite and Thermite feel like they should have changed position. Thermite does too much damage, and Dynamite has nowhere near enough. We can make such traps. It'd be more than enough for you and our teammates to survive. So do you want them to be like claymores, or a different type of explosive field in terms of weapon munitions? And how would you design them? Yeah, sure. Okay. How would you design them? Yeah. That does not feel good. Should I just break it all down? I guess I could break it all down. Break it down, break it down. Show me the money. I have found the money. So I have to place all explosives to get a remote laser. No. I have to place all explosives to get a remote, which I later use in example tactical retreats with heavy pen. I hate the limit of characters I can type down, and recommendation for the fact that I have to place them all down. Okay. So you det cord a bunch of plastic explosives to each other. And you get a silo kind of remote. Then what? Yep, you can't kill yourself. No, 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 again. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. And again, over and 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 over. It's over and over again. And again, 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 and again, 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 again. 'Cause it's over and over and over and over and over and over again. And again, 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 again. And over and over and over and over and over again. And again. It's over and over and over and over and over and over again. And over and over and over silver nights. A flat base. Certainly this won't be bad. I didn't need that. Didn't need that either. Didn't necessarily need that either. Pain. I'm trying to consider if I want to really go the physical path. I'm gonna do it. Okay, game. Why not? Okay, game. Why not? Fuck me then. Why did I even not? Why did I even think? Why did I even question it? Why did I even question it? Huh? Game said, "Go forth, my child. I send you off with my blessing." Yes, heavy bandit can stagger enemies like charges, or if you're lucky, you can make traps for Bile Titans. You'll be especially useful on extraction, as you sometimes need to hold a certain choke point. Yes, I understand what you're talking about. So you want a type of det cord trigger trap that's ignitable by the player, that can be used as a stagger tool for asset defense. Something that is placeable, but manually placeable, and is specifically hooked up to a det cord that a diver controls. Yeah, they'll make that at some point in the future, I guess. Because the mines are too big. The way that the mines are spread out in the fields, they're too big. I would prefer them find something like that, because I want to have the ability to shape a Semtex sticky using clay. Other than that, I have no idea how they would do it. I feel like there should be an easier way to accomplish that, though. Ah, yes, that thing that's going to happen Thursday is currently now underway. That's going to be fun. Okay. You want to eat mana, but you're not physical damage. You are Bone Blast. Conjure Eruption Inscription. When it ends, bone spikes erupt from enemies in the area, damaging them and causing bleeding. Bone Blast, compressed duration, casting. I think it's just compression. dying. Not paying attention. And I was right there next to the purple leader. Clearly I haven't got enough rest. We reveal. I not going back to town? That's wrong, chap. That would have been stupid. Have I really been awake for 6 hours? That'll explain why I'm dizzy. And the heat's not making it easier because it's making me want to fall asleep. Perhaps I should, since I just finished making dinner. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. And then I'll return after dinner. I'll see y'all in like 1 to 2 hours.